Good morning, Royal Family. Welcome back to another episode of the Quan King Channel. It's your girl, Down the Crypto TA. And it looks like, from what we covered yesterday, we are in the zone. So just a quick recap, and then we're going to look at where we could potentially get long on Bitcoin. But first, the range. All right. So when I left you yesterday, I mentioned that there was a range, and it was coming from the 4-hour time frame. And to really pay attention to this range and a few scenarios, which would be either to do a sweep on liquidity or a run on liquidity. And that my interest lied here in this box here, where we got our weekend pump from. So we're here now. I can see that we are still struggling a little bit, even though we are in this zone now. And there is a potential for us to go lower. Now, the 15-minute looks like it's trying to shape up. The 1 hour look like it is attempting to slow down with the selling pressure. And then let's take a look here at my main concerns from yesterday. All right, so the 4 hour still has a little bit of work to do, and 4 hour could potentially be preparing to give more downside. Okay, so that's going to be the only thing. We had a steep amount of green in here, and now you can see that dark green is starting to fade here. And if this was to flip up at this point, then it would flip up into sellers dominating more than now. It'd be dominating more than now. My concern again, as I mentioned, was the daily also. I noticed how close these two were converging together, and then that was a problem. But here's the thing. Even if we do get the pushback up, we could be on our way to continue down further, and we can back test the range here. So that range high, we'll just say it's like $112,000. We can back test the range. And then if it gets worse, and we're just going to take our time with this because we don't know. We're just looking at the scenarios. We could come back here, test this. And if we don't hold here, then we could be looking at the bottom of the Bollingers. Okay. So that's that. And I covered the studies, not with you yesterday, but I did cover the studies with you last week. Last week we covered the studies. I do believe it was last week. And the thing that I kept looking at was when we get into the green. So when we really get deep into the green on the 4-hour time frame, that's generally where we start to see a reversal. So we have the green, we have the cross of the RSI signal, and then we also have a squeeze and play on the DTI. And when you combine those three together, that's typically where you would see some sort of reversal to the downside. And then from the lows, when you have the yellow and you have the squeeze and you have the cross of the signal on the 4-hour time frame RSI, you tend to get the up move. Now, I did mention yesterday that these two lines that I have up top is typically where price turns around. But right here, when we got the green, we got the squeeze going on, we got the RSI signal cross, we continued to push higher. We ended up invalidating any sort of bearish divergence when we did get the move up. Initially, it was bearish. It was a bearish drive up, and this last candle here invalidated the bear div. So when I open it up and I look at it, very slightly. So, I mean, you could claim that to be exaggerated bearish divergence, but it's not. The bear div was on the money flow. So the money flow is what was giving the strong bear div, but we were in the area where I'd seen price turn around several times before, which is why I have the lines there. Historically, it has turned around here. Let's see. And none of it's going to be one, it's not easy to identify the exact range, but I've tried my best to get close enough to identify where there may be some sort of a hiccup in price action where we could see it come down. And I did the same for the lows. So that was that. And we did discuss on the We did discuss the daily. I do believe we did discuss the daily as well. So you can see how green the daily is. And that's typically a turning point. When it starts to look like that, it's typically a turning point. Red is a nice turning point. Red, and sometimes the yellow works very well too. So yellow has worked very well too, but it's typically that green or the red, regardless of how much it gives. Is usually like some sort of a turning point for price action. I think we also have it on the, let's not data for me to go back through on the daily time frame. On the weekly, but let me just check. Yeah. So this is the weekly, and we're starting to see money flow pivot out a little bit here. So weekly green, but we diverged here. That was the thing. Green here, and we came down. Green here, and we got a correction as well. We were green here, and we got a bit of a correction. I did cover this, and I think I covered this in the video that I did about maybe 2 weeks ago, 2 Sundays ago, something of that nature. But so far, we're just back testing what appears to be, let me see, the 2 EMA. So we're just back testing the 2 EMA. So like I said, we could come back to the top side of the range, which we'll just call it $112,000. That is very much on the table for price action. Right now, again, 15-minute is looking good enough to attempt a long position here. So we can do that. We're starting to get the cross here on the 1 hour as well. I did right before I came on stream, because we're getting these bottom and tails here, I did go ahead and enter the long myself. And I actually entered it another time too, which was here when we got to the bottom side of the range, just to see if we could hold the range, but that didn't work. So I took an L there, and this is my second attempt here at this range. Okay. So just understand that if you do get into this long, as I am attempting this long position, that we may not get as far as we like to see it. We never know. We always aim for a 3-to-1 on the trade. And if it gives more, it gives more. If it doesn't, then you've locked in profit on the position. And this was the trend line for the momentum, and you can see how we broke here. And when we got the rise, the dynamic cloud got the rise too. And what happens when you get the rise in the dynamic cloud is it indicates that there's a lot of selling pressure. It's pretty bearish. It's bearish. And we looked at that yesterday over here too. We talked about that. We're getting the rise. And the rise is never what you really want to see. So we could set the position, and we can make the attempt to get back up here to this point. And I'm going to set it for my entry to be fair, since I just took it. And let me switch this to a 1 hour for a minute. I'm going to end up scaling it back to a 3-to-1. And then let me put my entry in. And again, there's plenty of work that has to be done here if Bitcoin is going to get some sort of a relief from this downside pressure. And I'm just sharing that I am also in this position because I know you're just now seeing me drop the tool in here. That's 16,873. So it's based on where I entered the position at here, which is, you know, just off of this range here, this candle. I should have been more encouraging on taking the short yesterday, but I just didn't feel like it was the environment to do so. Even though I knew that I was looking for price action to come into this zone here and to take this liquidity from my weekend lows and fill the CME gap, which, by the way, let's just check up on that CME gap and see what that's looking like. Oh, we still have a ways to go on that CME gap. We still have a ways to go. So let me just run back through and see what I was looking at. That was down here about in this area. Take this back off of the CME. Hey, give me just a minute. Yeah. And see, that was the, no, it wasn't. All right. Bitcoin. Okay. So here's the thing. All right. So if price is to drop down and fill the CME gap, we're also going to lose the 200 EMA on the 1 hour time frame. So currently we're sitting below it on multiple time frames. I know that we're below it on the 15-minute. We're below it on the 15-minute. We're below it on the 5 as well, and we're still below it on the 1 minute. No, we're above it on the 1 minute at least. We're above it on the 1 minute time frame. But we are still below it on the 5. We are still below it on the 15. And then if we fill in the CME gap, we will lose the 200 EMA on the 1 hour time frame. And if I go to the 4 hour time frame, we'll just be sitting above it. So I'm just gonna come back to the screen. I'm gonna share that with you so you'll see what I'm looking at and we'll be on the same page. All right, and we'll just do it from here. And auto share. Take that away. I'm gonna turn this on. All right, so this is the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time frame. It's towards what we have the 3-to-1 at, which is gonna be our ultimate goal if we can get there, if we can reclaim enough to get to the 3-to-1. But you want to lock in some profit prior to that. If we get any more traction out of this, you want to do that because it is a bit risky right now given the environment. But there's the 200 EMA there in blue. And then on the 5-minute time frame, it's here in orange, again, close to where the 3-to-1 is that we're interested in. There. And then for the 1 minute time frame, price action is just above it and it's attempting to come back and retest it now. And we do want to see that manage to hold. If we can't hold that, then like I said, it's not looking the best. The more you zoom out on the time frames, it's not looking the best. But the attempt is being made on the 15-minute, and the attempt to get a rise is also being made on the 1 hour time frame at this point. So on the 4 hour time frame, let's just go back to the 1 hour time frame and see what we're going to do here first. Because holding it to this point is not going to make any sense if we can't hold it in here. You get what I'm saying? We want to be sure that we can hold this, because if we can't hold this, then it doesn't make sense to hold it down to here. It'd probably just be further continuation down. And I'm just going to do this so I can move forward. I'm just going to put this purple line here. And I know that the 200 EMA is here. In fact, let me just do it like that. So I know that the 200 EMA is there for the 1 minute time frame. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the 1 hour here. And we'll get to it. So filling the CME gap, because the CME gap is down here. So how we have this larger bar in here, CME gap is down here, all the way down here into this little small pivot here where we got the little triangle at. That would mean losing the 200 EMA on the 1 hour time frame. So this is where things start to get a lot stickier by doing that. Now, it doesn't mean you can't bounce back up, because you can. EMA ribbons are also about crossing, crossing below a higher time frame one. And if that's not validated, then a reversal is on the cards. But it is a little irritating and a little scarier when you're below the 200. And I don't need to keep that on because I can see this purple here. 1 minute gets really, really choppy. All right. So a momentum bar. It's a little bit of a bear div, and that's to be expected. This is the first time that the RSI has come up out of the bearish control zone. This is the very first time that has happened on this 15-minute time frame. So that is a change of behavior, and I'm very big on behavior changes. I did take a look at the total 2. Took a look at total 2. Total 2 remains looking nice, even though we're getting the little pullback, and that's a good thing because it gives you an opportunity to take some long positions on some of your favorite altcoins. And if you bought them from lower, then I would take a little profit and then let the rest ride. I always try to lock in like whatever my initial investment is. Whenever I take a short spot position, I lock in my initial profit when I get to that point. And then I let the rest ride, and then that way I'm not actually losing money. See, I could have sworn when I did this yesterday, it was looking different than that. Yeah, that's what I thought. But let me see what I'm missing. I apparently am missing something. Hmm. Serious the gap. Hmm. I'm just gonna turn that and take the indicator off. So the delta's been pretty choppy here, and generally when a delta gets choppy like this, I tend to lean towards the MACD instead. So I'm going to allow this to get the confirmation over the delta. And then money flow. There's been places where I like to pick up Bitcoin. So I like this. I like the hits of red in here. I have not taken a look at CoinGlass. So let me do that. Which we may not be doing ourselves any favors taking the loans, because we still have a lot of loan limit orders piling in here, which just gives more incentive for market makers to continue to drop the prices down lower, because exchanges make money off of make money from liquidations, from liquidity hunting. But nonetheless, these equal lows are attractive, and so market makers may come for this liquidity here at the lows. Just see here. I'm gonna drop this down to that 3-to-1. So this is where your liquidity is sitting anyway. Just below this equal low here, which again, they could go up first and then make the continuation down. So get a lower high and then continue down. And then here, there's also liquidity here around this 3-to-1. So I went ahead and just dropped it in so it wouldn't be overreaching at least. So the liquidity just here above this high, which would fill in this long position. Just doesn't look right looking at it like that. This doesn't look right. To be honest with you, I am a bit nervous. I am lacking a little bit of confidence this morning. Not necessarily a bad thing. I'm nervous about how slow we're moving. We're moving really, really slow in here. You know, versus how quickly we're moving down. I want to see us reclaim this momentum line here, or claim this momentum line. Never reclaim, but claim that momentum line there. And if we can do that, if we can do that and hold that for this 1 hour closure, then we'll also have a candle confirmation as well. So you can see how we weren't making the closures. And if we did make one, like in here where I made the attempt, no, I made the attempt in here. We were nowhere near it, near getting the higher candle. But let's use this as an example. Sure. So right here, how it barely closed above that candle. I would have attempted this. I didn't, I tried where I tried. I thought it was valid and it didn't work. But yeah, you got a slight closure above this candle right here. That would have been one good attempt there. And if we do it here, it's a lot easier given the type of candle it is. Just a doji candle. But if we close above this momentum line, it'll make this candle look a lot better if we can get that. Otherwise, we're just, we're finding zero strength. I don't need this anymore. This was just confirming like this. This is what I want it to look like to the upside, how we looked here to the downside. Confirming a shift or some sort of a correction coming in. That would be nice. Go ahead and delete that. Go with yellow. Thank you. I have the most amazing boyfriend. He just brought me my breakfast, which he does every morning when I get up to do these streams. And sometimes I let it get cold because I'm trying to talk and be attentive. So with that said, kindly hit the like button. It goes a long way. It really does. All right, so we are struggling a bit. I'm going to change my approach. All right, so I'm changing my approach a little bit here, and my stance is going to be like this. I don't want to be in it if we can't hold here. That's clear. I'm not going to wait for this. I'll reassess the situation if I need to. I know that these equal lows right here are attractive. They're a magnet. It just states that there's liquidity sitting down here at these lows. So even if price comes back up into it, then I'll make another attempt there. But I don't want to hold through it if we're going to lose this yellow line here. I just want to look back at this 4-hour again. And the fast signal cross here on the 4-hour. It must be that little pivot right there. Yeah, that's what I thought. We do have data today as well, so it's going to have a big impact on the market today. Here we have CPI today. Let me just double check. Yes, we have CPI today at 8:30. So on the charts, if we're not starting to look better on the charts by the time 8:30 rolls around, then, it would just validate our continuation down. I have an absolute mess over here on this chart. Just a little more than 4 minutes left to go, and we're still not managing to get that close above this doji on the 1 hour. Again, like I stated before, if we can't hold this yellow line here, I will drop it and I will reassess it. We're just showing a lot of weakness in here right now. And if that's the case, then there's equal lows to get taken, and no sense in anyone who's attempting this long position to hold it for that. It's weird. Hmm. Let's see what a 30-minute looks like. Terrible. I just don't understand these. I don't feel that these lows, oh, maybe they are enough resistance. So while Bitcoin is doing nothing, let's see. All right, so while I'm just waiting on Bitcoin to make a move, and I'm watching it from the other screen as well, and hopefully you took some notes. XRP back test into the golden pocket 786, previous day low as well. So swept that previous day low, got the reaction off of that. Altcoins are definitely looking a little better, in my opinion, than Bitcoin in terms of the performance. I would start to get a little concerned about XRP. Let's just say it's below 274 right now. That would be the area where I would question things. But like I said, total 2 remains to look pretty nice in my opinion. Just crossing above standard deviation 1 here, and then you can see where VBOP is at 293. So doesn't look bad. And that will be the low of the range anyway. Of the weekly range is there as well at that 274. So do want to see XRP remain to hold this zone, then potentially get the breakout. This is the last area, the last weekly area range that I have for XRP in here. Solana, a little bit different. Let's see. Didn't take out that low there. Still below the previous day low here. Did a back test and kind of trying to double bottom out here. So if Solana, that's all the way down at 134. May have done a platinum pocket retracement, but I don't like this. I don't like the way this looks right now. So I'm not feeling that. Drop it. Looking a little bit weaker. Apparently, I mean, it needs to reclaim the previous daily low, so it needs to get back above this golden pocket here for any sort of continuation. And then we want to make sure that we don't see a rejection here at the weekly range, which is where VWAP is also sitting, which is also where the top side of the dynamic cloud is sitting at. So it is very possible. It's very possible that Solana could retrace a little bit more. You would end up with like this head and shoulder structure over here, but let's see. Just comb through some of these. So maybe about 154 for Solana. Let me see what this looks like if I drop this down lower. Yeah, so that was about on point. So maybe Sol comes back somewhere in here. That would be a change of structure here on the, a change of character on the 4-hour time frame, but not a break of structure, just a change of character. But it's just looking a lot weaker than some of the other. Well, I just looked at XRP. It's definitely looking weaker than XRP. Theta is another one that's looking like Solana's looking. A little weak here. Break of the previous day low. Back test and rejection. RSI looks better here on the 1 hour. Selling pressure could be cooling off a little bit. I don't need to check that because I know it's already far below it. This is the macro VWAP here. And this must be SD1. I think that might be. Let me go out to a weekly. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. No, I have it on the chart. I'm just not seeing it from here. Okay, need to see a reclaim of the previous daily low here for Theta. Otherwise, I would be looking. Yeah, I'd be looking somewhere around this low here. Yeah, I don't know why this wasn't showing up on the other chart, but I'll be looking somewhere around this low here for theta, which I would like because I would get in. Again, another change of character would take place. I see Bitcoin getting a little bit of a move up, a little bit of a move up. A change of character would take place here, and then you have to hope that we don't get a break of structure or put in a lower high and then come down for a lower low again. But right now, just like Bitcoin, just suggests a bigger cool off on the would come in based on the daily time frame. And this is where I was just looking at this too and saying that this is it. So yeah, somewhere around this low here again, 731. Just don't want to lose that. I was looking for one to not perform that well. It was this one. But Injective is proving me wrong. Injective has been holding up very well. Despite this double top, it's been holding up pretty well. It was one of the only charts that we left this on yesterday too, just because. And just looking for a long entry. This is doing pretty good. Back test of the previous daily low. Held it. So definitely performing a lot better than Solana and Theta. ANJ. RSI is in a squeeze. I don't know that I would consider this to be a flag, but it's in a range. I don't know if I can spot it. Unless this is going to get a triple top. Bullish divergence on the lows right now until invalidated. This could be a flag. This could be a flag breakout. I can see that. In fact, let me just do this and make it easier. I'm just gonna hide this for now. So yeah, potential flat breakout on Injective. I'll be watching that 4-hour time frame. Let me just ensure what this is. A little bit weird. So it can still be the first, which would be we see a flag breakout here from the indicator, but then it comes back up and it just back tests here and probably puts in a triple top. So I definitely keep an eye on this. Let's take that off. For INJ, let me see what the daily looks like. Fell into breakout of the top side of the dynamic cloud here, which gives you these nicer moves up like that. So this is that range. What am I looking for? Parallel. Let me take it back over here. Let me go back here. Yep, that is that range. Make sure. So yeah, maybe just another test back up here to the top side of the range for that rejection. So triple top potentially here for injective. OP could be doing the very same thing that injective is doing. And that range came from the daily. I don't see it here. I'm not seeing it though. Let me try 2-day. I hope that's not it. It's a P shape, which is generally a rejection down. But so far, back test, break of the daily low and then a reclaim. But we can still expect some downside. So maybe injective is one of those that actually gets that play down here to around 57, if not just the top side of the golden pocket here. It's maybe one that actually follows through. I'm a little taken by this though. Do have the bullish divergence here until invalidated. And then this low is 64.95. Do want to see price action reclaim this momentum trend line, potentially to validate the bullish divergence for another attempt here to the top side where we have this equal liquidity at. So again, potential triple top rejection potential. If it does more than that, then I would just look for it to come up to that 77. H bar still holding up. H bar looks like a continuation to the upside. I don't see too many hangups with it, but maybe I'm being biased. So I'm just going to move on from this one because I don't want to give a biased opinion on it. All right, near. So this is one of the levels that we were looking at yesterday. $2.47. Looking for near to hold here, and if it doesn't hold here, be looking for it to hold at 232. Did get long off of near Sunday's open. I did. We're still below SD1. So this would just be an opportunity for me to add in on near. I still think the near's chart looks really good. It's just a small little, I mean, the corrections are needed. So I'll be looking to add to this one. Boom, 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 boom. Surely it would be much nicer if we did hold this low down here. Right now we may be doing a golden pocket. Let's see. Yeah, so doing a golden pocket 786 right now. This might be a little lower. Golden pocket 786, and then the daily still below that daily. Coming back in. Interesting enough. Yep. So maybe 232. So if you're interested in getting long on near, low leverage, low money, low capital, then this would be a good spot right here at 232. We'll look back at it because this is going to be one of the beginner friendly leverage trade setups. So be sure to check back in on that. It'll probably take a while if we were to see something like that. Otherwise, we're looking to just hold this 271 at the bare minimum and look for a break of this SD1 here. So 1 hour. Hundo. I was trying to see. Is that the previous day low? Yep. So nice recovery for Ondo. I think it got started earlier. Still do have to flip this 95 here. Break and flip it into support. I mean, like everything, the daily is looking to get a little bit of a cool off, but Undo is looking very, very, very nice. I have to say it's the strongest one I've seen today. Or maybe this is just because Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a pump, a little bit on the lower time frame. If you look at the 5 minute, it looks nice. Put it like that. But at least it is above its previous daily low. And golden pocket is holding. We've seen some that weren't even holding the 786. And daily high is too far away. So that's just, price has to get above this. Might have got a little bit of exaggerated bullish divergence here between this low and this one here. So Undo between this top here, between this high here, and taking out this low here. So at 83 and a 95. It looks pretty good in my opinion. I mean, scale is flat on the 1 hour, and I've seen it rise on a few of them. The scale is flat here on the 1 hour time frame. Reclaimed the previous daily low. It held the golden pocket pretty well. I'll be looking for it to bounce back up. And potentially, I would just be looking for this one to take out this high and finally flip this into support. That's the way I view Undo at this moment. Anything can change, but right now it looks like a pretty decent chart overall. I think it started to cool off a lot faster than some of the other charts did. And that could be why it looks it's looking a little bit more attractive to me. I think it's a good looking chart. I would watch for potential bear div off of this high. So maybe it's just flagging out over here. I'm not going to draw one across the bottom. I mean, it would be these two pivots if I did. So not bad. This looks pretty good. APT. I like how, I mean, it is still developing for this squeeze here on this, this short selling. RSI is looking pretty decent here. A little bit of bullish divergence here too off of this 1 hour time frame. Not much, a little bit exaggerated at this point, but this looks pretty nice. I may actually give this a chance myself for long. I don't want to be premature with it. Let me hide that. And also, I mean, I like this. I like this one. Aptos. I like this chart. So I am gonna buy. I am gonna buy into this one for long. I may just do it spot. Okay, so bounce off of the 200 EMA on the 1 hour time frame. $200 bounce there as well. Let's see it from a 4 hour perspective. Bullish divergence on the 4 hour as well, unless invalidated. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some of this one. I'm gonna take us back over to Bitcoin before I go any further. Then I just come back here. But I like this this chart enough to take some sort of risk on it. So I'm gonna buy in spot this time. I'm not going to do any leverage with this one. Pretty decent. All right, so I did go ahead and pick up some Aptos just then. And since I'm using Coinbase, ugh, I do not like Coinbase chart. Take it back to Binance. Jeez, where's the USD at? For USD and USDT. Okay. I'm going to move this up to there for a closure above that candle because we actually didn't get one down here. 30 minutes looking like. Let's see what MACD is starting to look like. Starting to curve a little bit, but no confirmation yet. Still rejecting this momentum right now, and a break of a higher, break higher or close above one of these lower candles. Yep, still rejecting. This is conversion pretty tight right here. I mean, we made a little bit of progress over here, but bears are still in control here. So if this flips up, then it would just apply some selling pressure. My only concern again is just coming down here for these equal lows because I know that liquidity is sitting right here, uh, here, and then liquidity up here at this little point right here. This doji candle is. And the fact that we're not getting a close above any of the previous candles here on the 1 hour time frame, despite the fact that we have the squeeze here and we can see some sort of a change here with the RSI. So the way I handle this remains the same, and that is if we can't hold this yellow line here, then I'm going to exit. I will not wait for this here because there is the probability of this liquidity being taken here. I'll reconsider a SFP at that point. It is still mainly longs in the market right now over, well, limit orders from longs piling in a lot more than shorts. All right, let's see. All right, so we now have these two equal highs here, two little small pivots here on the 15-minute time frame. So if we need more fuel to be able to take this small little bit of liquidity here, we need more fuel to get above here, then we'll come down here and take this and then go. Again, if you weren't here, if we cannot hold this yellow line, then I'm going to drop it. Allow the market to come down and take this liquidity if that's on the table, and then look potentially consider an SFP. But right now, just showing weakness and failure here. Could also just wait for a break or closure from here, which we look closer to doing that. It's looking much closer to doing that. All right, sellers, sellers, sellers. Well, not necessarily sellers, but just, liquidity is at the lows right now. CPI is at 830, so remember that. Oh my gosh, what the hell is going on over here? I'm sorry. So again, if you weren't here, I mentioned I would close out here if we did not hold, instead of waiting for price action, instead of holding to close the position here, because these equal lows are sitting here, and there is a very high chance that market makers come down and take the liquidity from these equal lows first, and then maybe come back up here now that we have these equal highs here. So I'm just leaving it here as it is right now. I don't want to change anything in the middle of streaming until until it actually does that move. We did get two pretty nice strong reactions down here, so I will expect to see that again for an SFP. If it's just to take, the claim of this liquidity here, and then again, like I said, then come up and take this double liquidity here. And another thing I can say about this too, with the claim of this liquidity here, we should see the RSI maintain this yellow signal line down here. That is what we should see. Maybe it spikes it and then comes back up and gives an aggressive candle, but we should be maintaining this with the liquidity sweep. We're doing more than a liquidity sweep. We're doing, yeah, potential continuation, but it looks pretty decent in terms of taking the liquidity from the equal loads there and coming into this order block. So this already invalidated me. I'm just going to put this note in here so anyone who wasn't here can understand. So that was my stop loss there. That was the stop loss for me. And I'm just watching. I'm not going to move this until it actually gets invalidated. This is so boring. I kid you not. This is so boring. Let's go back and see what the rest of the market is doing. So XRP got a rejection from VWAP. That's that. Solana, same place it was when we looked at it. Theta, same situation, still below the previous day low. Injective came back down to the previous day low. Optimism, the same, came back down to the previous day low, and does have a momentum trend line, have a momentum line to pop out, but still holding the RSI here on these altcoins, which is nice. I mean, I do think that altcoin season or a much more aggressive move for altcoins is on the horizon. Weekly looks nice, and I did put that on my X account. Weekly total 2 looks nice, and it's reflecting previous behaviors. So I'm leaning towards I don't know if I should call it an alt season or just a more aggressive move up for alts. I think this whole seasonal thing is just, I think it's outdated at this point. Because Bitcoin is just going to stay at the forefront. I don't think it's going to be such a big rotation out of Bitcoin into altcoins, especially when you have the ETF Bitcoin now. You know, big money isn't going to look at it that way. Aptos is still trying to hold these highs. It did drop like 3 cents, but it is attempting to maintain these, the highs, the previous highs. I didn't get into Sui, but Sui looks good. Sui looks good. Sui's while Bitcoin is still dancing, Sui's right here at SD1 here. So you can see how it has been capping out here, wicking through it, but not being able to move above it. And it is going sideways. So it's flat. But Sui, yeah, this is top tier right now. Sui looking way better than any other chart. Way better. So that's Sui. Ethereum. I didn't change this, so let me do that. I have this lock. All right. I know that that's what that means. So let me see. That's basically right here. So I suppose we really want to hold this. This isn't a weekly. I just like the sheerness of it. Bitcoin still hasn't taken the liquidity from that equal low just yet. Not terrible cost here. It can get terrible. But right now, let me move this. Do it like this. In fact, I can add that little bit in there. Virtual made it. Look at that. It made it. Let's see if virtual can hold the 786 at least. Say still doing say things. I did not take this off. Did I move this? I didn't. And maybe we can expect for say to do what some of the other altcoins have already done, which is come back down here into the golden pocket 786. Take this 50 out. Potentially with the bear divs on the highs, that could happen. Didn't really see. All right. Yeah, potentially come back down here to the golden pocket 786, just as everything else is done. It's just moving a little bit slower with getting the correction. Come back to Bitcoin real quick. See what we got happening. Let me add that next level in here too while we're at it. 13 minutes here. 4-hour candle close. Far off from that. So beyond, and I know we're still looking at the CME gap getting filled, but beyond this point here, let me just get the exact number. Okay, 115,000. We'll just say 600 even. 116,000 even. We'll just go with that. So beyond that point there, there really isn't much volume. There's a little bit in here, but this is going to be your next area right here. And I know that that's a far drop, but this just brings us back to the range that we broke out of. So it is a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen today or anything, but I'm just saying that it's a possibility, okay? We would be very overextended before we get down here. But this is all about buffoonery through the weekend. So. Peek back at that daily. Just doing that. This is actually slightly lower than the range high. But the most activity happened there. Yeah, I mean we need to maintain right through here at least this order block. We need to maintain this. No, I just really hate I did not commit to the short yesterday. Yeah, I just kept saying yesterday, I'm waiting on this, I'm waiting on this, I'm waiting on this box right here. I'm not gonna take a long until we get down in here. And then what do? I attempt in here at this low, and then, now I'm trying it again here at the initial area of interest. So if we were all the way up here yesterday, all the way up here yesterday, should just took the short, considering price coming down into here. I'm done with that. Look at these equals. For me, I want to see this happen first. So I'm just holding out until I see a closure above here. And I can understand how anyone would think this doesn't make sense to not, allow myself to be invalidated down here, but no. Oh, sorry. That's what I was trying to see on the 4 hour. That's what I thought we were doing. Just didn't map it out. what we did there was just take that liquidity, a little bit of liquidity from that, fill in some limit short orders. Yeah, we filled in some limit short orders that were waiting right here at this equal. This is squeezing tighter and tighter over here. Some sort of a break should be coming through soon. This is extremely tight now. I can drop this now. I've made that very clear. I should probably add above and not below. If you look at these candlesticks over here alone, you'll think that we're going higher, and we're not. I mean, we're ranging. We're ranging until we actually get a closure above one of these candles. So far, we have not closed above a single one of these candle highs. Didn't close above that one. Didn't close above that one. And now we're at this one. So we took that liquidity. I mean, I dropped that. And again, this is squeezing extremely tight. We should see some sort of relief here on the 1 hour time frame coming in soon. We do have a big spread right here between that yellow and that blue. Not necessarily concerned about that because this RSI can always pull up to it and reject from it as long as we're holding this blue line down here. Um, it's just requiring some patience for that to happen right now. And it may not happen until CPI data comes out. I mean, no telling what happens then. You know, we get a spike up and a spike down or something like that. Should be holding here now since bears pushed price down, bulls were able to push it back up above this level. Should be able to flip this into support. All right, 6 minutes to CPI. We're being pretty still right now in the market. And I'm gonna put this one on over here. Oh no, just the 1 hour. Uh, Let me modify this color. I don't like that color for that one. Should have seen this in the layout as well. Let me tone the colors down a little bit more. Actually, um, should just save a template. So hopefully, I mean, it's a lot of time still left on that 1 hour candle to know that we'll actually get a close there, but we are expanding just very slightly on the 15-minute time frame. Did this drop or did I just not put it on there right? Some of the altcoins got, some really nice candles on that 1 hour. And let me just go through pre-market. While we're waiting on Bitcoin, I do need to cover this before market opens anyway. So we're back up here to what was the critical line to hold for EXE. And you can see that we're getting a little bit of a reaction here right now. So weekly zone here. So came back up this line here yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing price kind of push down a little bit before this happened quickly after market open yesterday. So starting to flag out a little bit right here. This is a position that I am still holding, which was initially just supposed to be a simple trade, but I decided to hold it. I just kind of like it. Tempest right now still struggling around the same zone. It pumps above it every now and then. Rejection on Bitcoin pumps above it every now and then, and then it fails once again. So again, Tempest could be at risk of going back down about 60% as we just continue to chop around right now. Not my favorite chart in the moment, but it's still worth an investment. You get it at the right price. Sound pre-market 1164. Sound I expect to get to back up to $20 at least. So I'm still holding this. I think the higher time frame charts look really good for it. So 1164 pre-market. I do want to see us hold this weekly range down here and not violate. Actually, I want to see us do what we did already, which is defend this low here of the dynamic cloud. I don't like when it's outside of it because then it rolls, has potential to roll over further. Right? Big rejection on Bitcoin. Let me just go back over there really quickly. So, tail eating candle here. That's why I switched myself to waiting for a closure. Um, I just, we're ranging right now. But unless we turn up here, unless this white line here turns up um, and pushes back up to that red, this still suggests a cool off in the selling pressure is underway. There's a bunch of shorts jumping in. Let's see. Actually, no longer. It's just loans, just loans. You know, just loans jumping in, giving incentive for market makers to go a little lower. That's all that is. Okay. All we can do is see if we defend this momentum line, which is looking kind of rough right now. This is just crazy. And notice how we stopped taking the lows out. We didn't take this one out by a little bit, but it's still pretty equal. We didn't take that one out with this, and now we're not taking this one out, but we have a buildup of liquidity right here. This must be where it starts at right there. I just want to sync this because I know the liquidity is sitting right here, so that must be it. It must be the range high liquidity. No, it's not. It's right here. But the liquidity is sitting there. All right. All right, I'm continuing to watch Bitcoin. I just wanted to finish up going through stock market. All right, Palantir just doesn't give two F's. Just doesn't care. GGG's. All right. Let me just kill those. I mean, how about the dynamic cloud right now? Bitcoin trying to push. How about the dynamic cloud right now? I mean, geez. Pre-market 148. Still rolling high, still rocking and rolling. Known to break out of bearish patterns. It's very known to break up from bearish patterns. Nothing to be said. We got long off at this point right here. I ended up closing out. I think it was like right in here. Yeah, right in here, right before this yellow, this orange candle came in, and it has continued to go. I mean, I do still have some, but for the trade that I was taking, it was, initially it was supposed to be take profit here, but it looked pretty good, so I held on to it. And then this is where it started to falter for me. So I took out from the trade there. But nice look. Probably back up here to retest the top side of this line here and then break out. But Bitcoin is back to it's engulfed that candle that it broke down from. Not the wick, but the body for sure. Coin. I know that I'm waiting for this tap right here. Coin with the bear div. And I think Palantir had the bear div too, did it not? It was just the 1 hour though. No longer. If it did, it no longer has it. All right, coin. Still waiting for it to tap here into the top side of the broadening formation. I can go ahead and drop this here. This was just the golden pocket 886, so platinum pocket retracement there for coin. It does have the bear div. I'm thinking that it taps here and then it rejects and comes down, but I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. It's done it. I mean, it did it there. It did it there. So maybe we do it again here. We'll see. I just want to be able to add with coin. That's my goal. But so far, it's holding up. We're just squeezing up. RSI still looks pretty nice. It is in a squeeze. I'm looking for the rejection. Let me just put it like that. I do expect a rejection on coin. See if it proves me wrong. AMD. Got that gap down yesterday. A little wick there, recovery. Looking to add on AMD as well. A little bit of a bear div, a little bit, not much, easily invalidated. Same thing as I'm looking at with coin. I don't have a top side trend line for AMD. Probably could plot one. It looks like I could. It has a broadening formation on this lower here. But at the end of the day, I'm looking for AMD. Sheesh. Pre-market 154. You go, baby. You go, baby. AMD 154 pre-market. At the end of the day, I'm looking for about 300 on AMD. So I want it to come down so I can add a little bit more. But wow, 154 pre-market. What was I looking at over here? Okay, just making sure. 154 pre-market. TTD. Oh, ho, oh, oh. I've been saying 88 for a minute now. Ever since we broke this trend line. Look at that. Look at TTD, the trade desk. Go, baby, go. Feeling like JB right now, Justin Bieber. Look at that. What a trade. Or investment, shall I say. 88, and then the next call is 104. TTD. Let's go. Tesla pre-market 318. Woo. TTD got me hyped right now. Let me just slide this over. Again, I think Tesla looks extremely good on the daily time frame, and that's, this is where my bias comes in. And I've been saying that for actually about 2 weeks now, just looking back at it, I like the daily. I like the daily. So, yeah. It will do what it will do. But that's the daily. Lower time frames, I'm not so, impressed by. But 1 hour is the time frame that made me interested in looking back at Tesla. So pretty good. So good. Good so far. However. All right. Apple struggling a little bit. I still think Apple does 221 to 231. Right now, pre-market 209. I'm still good with thinking that it does 221 to 231. So it's just some time. It's what we were looking at over here for a correction. We got the squeeze here on the 1 hour. Started looking for the correction on Apple after this breakout of this symmetrical triangle in here in this range that it's currently in. So that's the range high there. But let's see. Just have to be looking out for, I don't know, some sort of it look like we're starting to rise right here. It will be good if price can hold. This is rising a little bit, so I don't know how useful adding this is going to be. But I like if it remains flat, if the dynamic cloud remains flat, then this is the end point right here for Apple to hold to get that bounce up. Good. If hood is starting to fade the pump a little bit just for the correction, back here to 93.60. Again, that's still where I'm looking at. And if not 93.60, then 85.49. I would like to get in. I would like to get in on hood. But that's where I stand on hood right now. Let's see if there's anything that makes me change my mind over here. Nope, nothing makes me change my mind over here. I still expect the correction. Just because it's squeezing doesn't mean it happens right away. But it's on the horizon here for the daily. We gave a little bit here on the 4 hour, cross back up the signal line, push back into it, and now we're starting to rise. The slow is starting to rise again for another squeeze. So yeah, 93.60 to 85.49 is what I'm looking for hood. As long as nothing starts to transpire, that's it. Circle still holding the value low. That hasn't changed. It remains the value low until I see another print of maybe red. I usually do that based off of green, but it just felt right to do it off of red that time. I still don't feel good about circle just yet. But between that 198 and that 223 remains the target for me. If it can get through that, then of course 252 to 277. So yeah, I'm still interested in here. I may not get this 105 that I'm talking about, but this is plausible. That's possible. CNC. Pre-market 30, still struggling. And again, I would just wait personally. I would just wait. Like it's in a space now in this range here where it has tons of volume in here. The highest amount of volume sits in here. So this could be the accumulation zone before we see any sort of breakout, but it's still worth waiting. Still worth waiting before going heavy. Like you can get your toes wet, but I wouldn't get heavy. Let me just check something on Bitcoin real quick. I wanted to see if we got our closure above, and it doesn't look like we did. We're still scrapping with that same area. Give me just a moment. All right, so for Bitcoin on that blowfin chart, it's 117,251.9. That's the Achilles heel right there that we're having problems getting above for that closure right now. All right, but price is back up to that 117 right now. It looks like we can be getting that break out of that demand line. Only two more to go over here, so I'm gonna get back over to Bitcoin chart. Pre-market 1281 for Rivian. I still think that Rivian has a chance. I honestly do think that it has a chance. I would like to get in. Like this is a lot of volume in this zone right here that we're struggling with a little bit though. So either we make our way back down here and then I'd be interested in buying, or we have to, I don't know, we got to do something different here. Maybe price back above the dynamic cloud here. And then I would reconsider making a purchase. But right now, it just looks like it's in a place where it could lose these lows down here. We've already been struggling with the range low here at 1262. And it always moves between those 2 points, that white dotted line down there and then the white dotted line there at the top. Pony 1304. This is going to be a much longer investment for Pony. Yeah, see, I don't like that. Yeah, it's just going to be a much longer investment. So I'll scoop up more here around 1084. If it taps 1084, I'll pick up a little bit more there. Then I'll probably pick up a little bit more here. And then that's where my picking up is it's going to end. It's going to end there. But I'm not accumulating a lot of it, just a small amount. But baby, that was nice. That one's nice. TTD. TTD. All right, back to Biddy. I'll even settle for a 15-minute closure above this line because that hasn't happened either. So just a 15-minute. As far as my re-entry goes, I'm starting to lose my voice. As far as my re-entry goes, I'll settle for that. I'm probably like way too late now. I shouldn't have let my fear get the best of me, but they've just started not taking the loads. And if you weren't here, what I'm referring to is that I didn't allow the trade to invalidate me out how I have it set up. I didn't allow it to do that. I took an early exit and I made it clear that if we weren't holding that yellow line, and then I will reassess and reconsider. And you will miss out if you do what I did. Sometimes you will miss out, and that is waiting for a closure above. And so it's just running now. It's just running. So I missed it. I missed it. I'm not going to buy this live candle. But I was looking to open up another long position for Bitcoin on a different account. And so that finally gave that extra. MACD may have gotten across. There it is. MACD. It's okay. It's okay. So that's the range. High liquidity that we're sweeping. And that range was from the 4-hour time frame. Mm-hmm. Let me look back at that 4 hour. Back to the speckle of green. As this is a prime example of why you don't front run, because I really thought this liquidity would get taken. And it wasn't until this candle here that I realized they stopped trying to take liquidity from the lows. I will wait and see what we do from this point. It's a nice expansion down here on the Bollinger. So this is 200. Hold on. 5-minute 200 EMA right here. I didn't even look at because I didn't have it. I don't know if I didn't even look at that. I didn't even look at this drop over here in the dynamic cloud. Ah! Should have zoomed out. All right. And I whined yesterday before the stream ended. I'm waiting on this box. I'm waiting on this box. I'm waiting on this. I mean, but you change your perspective and it's okay. Hmm. All right. Let me come back over here. Let me come back and look at this. So the Apto talk about something else. Apto position is doing pretty good right now, which I took on spot. I did not do a leverage on it. That's holding up. It did get a tap down into about the 786 before bouncing back up there. Take a look at that. That's BS. See, Coinbase really irritates the crap out of me. Coinbase. Because my entry for Aptos was 485. I bought one time at 485 and I added slightly to it. I was like, I need to put a little bit more money on it. So again at 484. But whatever Coinbase does, if you're not careful with we're having a few technical issues, your buy-in will be different. And that's exactly what they've done to me. Yeah. So based on Coinbase, they have my buy-in reading 491. Like we haven't even touched 491 yet. Like price hasn't even come into that yet. Like clearly I was on stream. Clearly on stream, I take it right here and it reads that that's what I bought it at. But Coinbase saying that I'm up here. Let's see. What is this? High is 490. They're saying my cost is 491. Like we haven't even tapped that yet. Like they do a lot of garbage stuff sometimes, which just really pisses me off. But it's fine. It's, that's why I just should have stuck with the leverage. Should have stuck with the leverage. All right, Bitcoin. Slight rejection at the top side of the box here and the 200 on the 5-minute time frame. Just back here to where the top side of the range is for now. I wouldn't want to come back below that. Mm-hmm. All right. So if I haven't explained this before, I'm gonna explain it again. Generally, when you see the green, so green is supposed to represent, aggression to the upside, outside of standard deviation two, and anything that's outside of standard deviation two should be green. So you see how that candle there was red there for a sec. Red generally indicates some sort of a rejection. Now I did notice, like on the 4 hour, and I think it was may have just been the 4 hour, that the last time we did that, we didn't fully play it out. Like we got a small little correction, but we didn't fully play it out. But that's typically what that means, and it usually does work out in that manner, because anything above this top side of standard deviation two should be green. Anything to the lows will be red. But since you're getting a red candle here, that means that all criteria is not being met right now. 2082. I mean, we've got the breakout here, just the rejection. I think that did actually. All right. Market is opening in 1 minute, probably less than that in a few seconds. All right, so market just opened. at some of the things I was reviewing. See Bitcoin. Hmm. I know as long as Bitcoin comes back and it can hold what was resistance as support, then this should be okay. Failure to do that, then yeah, could be coming back down for the low of the range for the liquidity at the low. But as long as it can hold here, then it's good. And then we'll see, yeah. Then we'll push through that 200 EMA. Are still holding bullish control zone here on the Bollinger, so that's a plus. And so this is just going to be a little bit, I mean, it's a little resistance in here, trying to come back up. Because it acted as resistance there. We broke through it a little bit here, but we came back down. Resistance, support at that one point. And so, yeah. You can get past this, hold this level here, and get past this block. Should be good. Should be okay. And then maybe these highs right here would be next. Right where we have this momentum line here. But we are still in the process of correcting on the, I can just go with the, saying the 4 hour at this point. The daily can take some time. All right, that little speck of green there. But we could still be correcting on the 4 hour. potentially. Definitely the, uh-oh, sorry. Forget I'm not on the chart sometimes. RSI was just calling to hold in here, or to at least hold, hold this low on the daily. Stock market's in a little bit of a rejection this morning. AMD still pushing. Apple for a little bounce there. Zoom out a little bit. So it was all extended all down through here. But we kept going. Okie dokie. It's doing pretty good. Let me take a look and see what sort of orders are sitting in here right now. That can also be contributing to the struggle. Okay, so we're pushing into this liquidity that we were looking at over here. So this liquidity into here. Hopefully it does. Where's 10? It's like right in here. Still. There's a little bit more liquidity in there. I know it's all the way up to where this 3 is here. Just hitting a few short orders, limit orders right in here too. All right, the stream is going to end in about 10 minutes. So please do keep an eye on that 119,492 on the Blowfin chart. Okay, you can, whatever chart you actually exchange, you actually use, you could go ahead and just map it out to that. Just a 1 hour pivot right here with these highs over here. So 119,492 as a potential place that the 1 hour could get to for a rejection. If the 1 hour is going to give more than what it's doing right now. If we're going to do more than this right here, then that would be the next area of interest here at 119,492. Do want to hold here where we had these 3 peaks right here as support, just in case price does come back down here. So that's 117,251. And you can see that this is just this zone right here. We got the breakout here on Friday. We got the breakout from, and then this pivot down here, this area down here, as an order block. And just consider this a line in the sand for the daily. For now, this right here, which is 116,050 to 115,205. Just keep those numbers in mind. I'm actually not going to post this on my X account. So if you were here, you were here. You got the information. If you weren't, it's not going, you weren't, I'm not even talking to you. Just put it like that. But there was nothing critical to update on yesterday, because yesterday when we streamed, I said I would update on my X account. There was nothing to update because we all knew from the stream I was looking for a return, for price action to return into this box right here. So, all right. I appreciate everyone who stopped by today to just check in. Thank you for hitting the like button. Please, if you didn't hit the like button, please do hit the like button. It helps out tremendously, and it makes me feel appreciated for my time. All my information is free. Any setups I give for free. There are other ways for me to get paid from people who have a lot more money. So if I can just get there, I'll get there. But I'm here to help, because that's all I want to do. Just be helpful in the process. And I'm doing this every day anyway, so what do I have to lose? Nothing. Okay, and so 200 EMA, very important. And this is the 1 hour one that I have plotted over here. But 200 EMA, 1 hour, do watch that. If price just so happens to come down here to this area that we were just talking about, which is really, we want to hold that. We want to hold that. And though that daily looks like it wants to give a little bit more, we have all day. Then we're going to have Asian session as well. So, Asia bring the heat. Asia will bring the heat. So We can just keep moving between SD1 and SD2. We strong. We cannot keep moving between SD1 and SD2. Then that's probably where I would advise you to put on your 20 SMA or your 21 SMA. I don't usually use it when I'm doing the Bollinger, but that is where I would employ you to look at it. When we stop ranging in between SD1 and SD2, and you can see that SD1 is also here, located at the line in the sand zone. We want to hold it. I don't need this here. In fact, let me look at QTD here. If it loads for me. Yeah, we're so strong in here. It's very strong. And then on your RSI, on your daily time frame, you're just looking to lose the bullish control zone, which is going to be your 60. So we want to actually hold it, which is why this right here was so critical at this point. This second zone here was so critical, because then that would push price out of the bullish control zone. And underneath these smoothing averages here, and then we could, possibly come back into, like, say, the 50% retracement, potentially. But we do have that MACD cross here on the daily, the 1 hour at the moment. It still has to confirm, but we do have that MACD cross there. So that's a plus. That is a plus. Now, I will say this in case you don't know this already. When the MACD is below the zero line, any such crossovers of the signal line is considered to be a correction, and a correction alone. So it doesn't indicate a reversal. It indicates a correction until it crosses back above the zero line. So just know that. So if you're using the MACD on your chart, if it's below the zero line, it is just considered to be a correction until it crosses above the zero line, and then you start to get bullish. And the delta is leading, but the delta was a little bit too choppy for me to use in this case. So MACD was just a better fit for where price would get some sort of a nice move to the upside. And then let me just show this too before I end the stream. So you can see these short limit orders in here. You see how got these red bars down here. So you have these short limit orders in here. I like the way CoinGlass has done their legend, their new feature to just really incorporate all of their, I mean, it's the old stuff, but they just modified it. But you can see these short orders coming in right here, which I appreciate because that can help fuel price up. It's like a little symmetrical triangle right here. Right here. You want it to hold this low. This is outside bar here. I'm sorry, a mother bar here. A couple of inside candles here, but this one looks like the one that I would use to see where this pattern gets invalidated. All right, and with that said, thank you again, and I will see you at 5 a.m. in the morning. Much appreciated.